Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if two brilliant minds found themselves aboard a moonlit train, winding through snow-kissed peaks, where mysteries unfold as gently as falling snow, and solutions arrive like dawn breaking over mountain valleys? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The Alpine Express breathed like a sleeping giant through the crystalline night, its brass fittings gleaming amber in the soft gaslight that flickered along the mahogany-panelled corridors. Steam rose in gentle plumes from the locomotive stack, dissolving into the star-scattered darkness above the Swiss Alps, where peaks stood like silent sentinels draped in virgin snow. The rhythmic percussion of wheels against rails created a lullaby that seemed to harmonize with the whispered conversations of passengers settling into their compartments for the long journey through the mountains. Inside the train's opulent dining car, crystal glasses caught the warm glow of electric chandeliers, a marvel of modern engineering that cast dancing rainbows across white linen tablecloths. The scent of polished leather mingled with the aroma of fine tobacco and the lingering fragrance of evening tea service. Passengers moved with the gentle sway of the train, their silk gowns and wool evening jackets creating a symphony of rustling fabric that blended with the distant hum of conversation and the soft clink of silverware. Dr. John Watson adjusted his position in the plush velvet seat, watching the snow-laden pine trees drift past the window like ghosts in the moonlight. The compartment he shared with his companion was appointed with every luxury the Victorian age could provide: burgundy leather seats that seemed to embrace the traveller, a small writing desk inlaid with mother-of-pearl, and gas lamps fitted with frosted glass shades that cast everything in a warm, dreamlike glow. The air held the comforting weight of wool and leather, punctuated by the faint vanilla sweetness of the train's wood polish. His travelling companion sat opposite, long fingers steepled beneath his aquiline nose, grey eyes reflecting the passing landscape with the intensity of a man whose mind never truly rested. Sherlock Holmes appeared almost ethereal in the gaslight, his sharp features softened by shadows that danced with each gentle sway of the train. His dark hair caught occasional glints of amber light, and his lean frame seemed perfectly at ease with the train's rhythmic motion, as if he had been born to travel through mysterious landscapes under cover of night. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the train's gentle percussion. "Have you noticed how the very act of night travel transforms even the most ordinary journey into something approaching the mystical?" His words carried the cadence of a poet, slow and measured, each syllable seeming to hang in the warm air like incense. Watson smiled, recognizing in his friend's tone the contemplative mood that often preceded their most intriguing adventures. "The darkness does seem to invite mystery," he agreed, his own voice taking on the hushed quality that night journeys demanded. "There's something about being suspended between destinations, moving through landscapes we can barely see, that makes anything seem possible." The train curved gently around a mountainside, and through the frost-etched windows they caught glimpses of distant valley lights, twinkling like earthbound stars. The sight was hypnotic, each small glow representing warmth and shelter, nestled in the vast darkness of the Alpine night. The wheels sang their steel song against the rails, a rhythm so constant it seemed to slow time itself, creating a pocket of serenity that moved through the sleeping world. Holmes leaned back in his seat, his eyes drifting closed for a moment as he absorbed the sensory symphony surrounding them. The train's motion created its own music, the gentle clicking of wheels, the soft hiss of steam, the whispered conversations from nearby compartments, all woven together into a tapestry of sound that seemed designed to lull the mind into peaceful contemplation. "Listen, Watson," he whispered. "The train itself is telling us stories. each sound a chapter in the tale of human movement through the landscape of dreams. The dining car beckoned with its warm glow, and as evening deepened into true night, the two men made their way through the train's corridors. The passageway swayed gently beneath their feet, its Persian carpet runners muffling their footsteps. Gas lamps flickered in their brass sconces, creating pools of golden light that seemed to pulse with the train's heartbeat. The walls were panelled in rich mahogany, polished to a mirror sheen that reflected their movement in wavering dreamlike images. Other passengers moved through the corridors like figures in a ballet, their evening dress rustling softly against the train's gentle motion. Ladies in silk gowns held delicately to their companions' arms, their jewels catching the gaslight in tiny explosions of colour. Gentlemen in formal evening wear moved with practised ease, their conversation a low murmur that blended with the train's mechanical lullaby. Everyone seemed touched by the magic of night travel, their usual daytime personas softened into something more dreamlike and mysterious. The dining car itself was a marvel of Victorian luxury, transformed by night into something approaching enchantment. Heavy velvet curtains framed the windows, drawn back just enough to reveal the moonlit landscape sliding past like scenes from a dream. Tables were set with fine china and crystal, each place setting reflecting the warm light of overhead chandeliers. The ceiling was painted with delicate frescoes of Alpine scenes, snow-capped peaks and meadows dotted with wildflowers that seemed to move gently in the flickering light. Holmes and Watson were seated at a table near the centre of the car, where they could observe the other passengers without being too conspicuous. The maître d', a distinguished gentleman with silver whiskers and impeccable evening dress, moved between tables with balletic grace, ensuring that every guest felt welcomed into this travelling palace of comfort and elegance. His voice, when he spoke, was cultured and soothing, adding to the atmosphere of refined tranquillity that pervaded the dining car. As the evening meal was served, delicate consommé that steamed gently in bone china bowls, followed by perfectly prepared salmon that flaked like snow beneath silver forks, Holmes found his attention drawn to the other passengers. His detective's instincts never fully slept, even in this atmosphere of peaceful luxury, but tonight his observations took on a different quality. Rather than searching for criminals or calculating suspicious behaviour, he found himself noting the small human dramas that played out in every social gathering. At a table near the window, an elderly couple shared a quiet conversation, their voices so low they seemed to be exchanging secrets meant only for each other. The woman's pearl necklace caught the light as she leaned forward, her weathered hand reaching across the table to touch her husband's fingers. Their love, refined by decades of shared experience, created an aura of contentment that seemed to spread to nearby tables like ripples in a quiet pond. A young woman travelling alone sat reading a leather-bound volume of poetry, her concentration so complete that she seemed unaware of the gentle chaos surrounding her. The gaslight caught the gold threads in her auburn hair, creating a halo effect that made her appear almost otherworldly. Occasionally she would pause in her reading to gaze out at the moonlit landscape, her expression dreamy and contemplative, as if the words on the page were transforming the very scenery through which they travelled. Watson noticed his friend's contemplative mood and settled back in his chair, allowing the evening's peaceful rhythm to wash over him. The wine, a gentle Riesling that tasted of Alpine meadows and distant sunshine, seemed to slow time even further, making each moment stretch like warm honey. The conversation around them created a soft backdrop of human connection, punctuated by the clink of silverware and the gentle laughter that accompanies good food shared in comfortable surroundings. "It's remarkable," Watson observed, his voice taking on the hushed quality that seemed appropriate to their surroundings. "How travel changes people. Look around us, Holmes. Everyone seems more themselves somehow, as if the act of moving through the world at night has stripped away the pretenses we wear during the day." Holmes nodded slowly, his keen eyes taking in the scene with the appreciation of a connoisseur. "Night travel is perhaps the closest thing to time travel we possess," he mused. "We board in one reality and disembark in another, transformed by the journey itself. The darkness outside these windows might conceal any landscape, any era. We could be travelling through the England of our ancestors or the world of our descendants, and the experience would feel much the same. The train's whistle echoed through the mountain valleys, a sound both mournful and beautiful that seemed to come from some earlier age when the world moved at a more contemplative pace. The note hung in the air for a long moment before being absorbed by the vast silence of the Alpine night, leaving behind only the gentle percussion of wheels against rails and the soft murmur of conversation from fellow travellers. As the evening progressed and passengers began to retire to their compartments, Holmes and Watson lingered over brandy that tasted of oak and distant summers. The dining car gradually emptied, taking on an even more intimate atmosphere as the staff dimmed the lights and began their quiet clean-up rituals. The Maître d' moved between tables like a ghost, extinguishing candles and folding napkins with movements so practiced they seemed choreographed. It was then that the first whisper of mystery began to make itself known, not through any dramatic revelation or sudden crisis, but in the way that mysteries often announce themselves to those with eyes to see, through the absence of what should be present, through the subtle wrongness that experienced observers learn to recognise. Holmes had been idly watching the few remaining passengers when he noticed that one table, set for 3, had remained unoccupied throughout the evening meal. The place settings were pristine, the wine glasses untouched, the bread basket still covered with its starched white cloth. In itself, this was not unusual. Travel plans change, passengers sometimes prefer to dine in their compartments. Any number of explanations could account for empty seats. But Holmes had observed the Maître d' consulting his reservation book multiple times throughout the evening, each time glancing at that particular table with an expression of growing concern. The staff had prepared the table with special care, placing a small vase of white roses at its centre and positioning the chairs with mathematical precision. This was clearly expected to be occupied by passengers of some importance, yet the evening had progressed from cocktails through dessert without any sign of the missing diners. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the train's gentle rhythm, "have you noticed anything absent about our evening?" Watson followed his friend's gaze to the empty table, his medical training having sharpened his powers of observation over the years they had worked together. "The table near the far window," he said quietly, "set for 3 but never occupied. The staff seemed concerned about it." Holmes nodded almost imperceptibly, his grey eyes taking on the focused intensity that Watson had learned to recognise as the beginning of intellectual pursuit. Concerned, yes, but not surprised. See how the Maître d' keeps checking his pocket watch? This is not the concern of a restaurateur wondering if guests will arrive late for dinner. This is the anxiety of a man who fears his guests may not arrive at all. The brandy seemed to warm Watson's chest as he considered the implications. Even here, in this haven of Victorian luxury moving through the peaceful Alpine night, mystery had found them. But unlike their usual adventures in fog-shrouded London, this mystery felt different, gentler somehow, as if the very atmosphere of night travel had softened even the sharp edges of unexplained disappearance. As they rose to return to their compartment, Holmes paused to speak quietly with the Maître d', his conversation too low for Watson to overhear, but clearly concerning the empty table. The older man's responses were accompanied by nervous gestures and frequent glances toward the compartment cars, his usual professional composure clearly strained by whatever circumstances had led to his guest's absence. The walk back to their compartment carried them through corridors that had grown quieter as the night deepened. Most passengers had retired, leaving only the soft glow of gas lamps and the gentle swaying motion that seemed to rock the entire train like a cradle. The carpet runners muffled their footsteps, and the mahogany panels reflected their movement in wavering images that seemed to dance with the train's rhythm. Their compartment welcomed them back with its atmosphere of Victorian comfort. The burgundy leather seats that seemed to embrace tired travellers, the small writing desk where correspondence could be maintained even while crossing continents, the ingenious fold-down berths that would transform their sitting room into a bedroom when sleep finally claimed them. The gas lamps could be dimmed to create the perfect atmosphere for contemplation, and the window offered an ever-changing view of moonlit peaks and snow-laden forests. Holmes settled into his preferred corner, where he could observe both the corridor through their compartment door's frosted glass panel and the landscape through the window. His long fingers drummed silently against the leather armrest, a habit Watson recognised as indicating intense mental activity. The detective's mind was clearly working on the puzzle of the missing dinner guests, turning over possibilities with the methodical precision that had made him famous throughout London. The Maître d' confirmed what we suspected, Holmes said eventually, his voice taking on the dreamy quality that seemed appropriate to their nighttime journey. 3 passengers reserved the table, a family, travelling together from Zurich to Milan. They checked aboard the train at the station. Their luggage was placed in their compartments, but they never appeared for the evening meal. Their compartments are locked from the inside, and they do not respond to knocking. Watson felt a familiar thrill of intellectual excitement, but it was tempered by the peaceful atmosphere of their surroundings. Here, even mystery seemed to move at a more contemplative pace, as if the night itself demanded that all human drama unfold with the gentle rhythm of the rails. Perhaps they're simply exhausted from travel and sleeping deeply, he suggested. The mountain air can be quite soporific, and the train's motion is certainly conducive to rest. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the moonlit landscape flowing past their window. A reasonable explanation, and quite possibly the correct one. But there are details that give me pause. The family consists of a prominent Swiss industrialist, his wife, and their adult daughter. They specifically requested the table with the best view of the Alps, mentioning that this was to be a celebration of the daughter's engagement. Such people do not typically miss elaborate dinners without sending word to the staff. The train curved around another mountain bend, and through the window they could see a small Alpine village nestled in the valley below, its windows glowing like earthbound stars against the snow. The sight was hypnotic, each small light representing human warmth and shelter in the vast darkness of the mountain night. The village seemed to exist in a timeless bubble, unchanged by the modern marvel of the train passing overhead like a moving constellation. Moreover, Holmes continued, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence that matched the train's movement, their luggage was quite specific. The daughter's trunk contained what appeared to be a wedding trousseau. Fine linens, lace, jewellery boxes, the kind of items one takes extraordinary care to protect. Yet the trunks were left unsecured in their compartments, as if their owners had simply vanished. Watson found himself drawn into the mystery despite the soporific effects of brandy and the train's gentle motion. "You spoke with the porters, I assume?" "Naturally. They remember the family boarding at Zurich. Impossible to forget, according to the porter I spoke with. The daughter was radiant with happiness, chattering excitedly about the views they would see during the journey. The father was in excellent spirits, tipping generously and asking about the dining car's wine selection. The mother seemed quieter but content, carrying a small jewellery case that she kept close to her person at all times. The gaslight flickered gently in its frosted shade, casting dancing shadows across the compartment's mahogany panels. Outside, the moon had climbed higher in the star-scattered sky, turning the snow-covered peaks into a landscape of silver and midnight blue. The train's whistle echoed again across the valleys, its mournful note seeming to carry questions as well as announcements of their passage. Holmes rose and moved to the window, his tall frame silhouetted against the moonlit landscape. "What strikes me most," he said softly, "is not what might have happened to them, but when. The porters last saw them shortly after departure from Zurich, around 7 o'clock. They were discussing their dinner plans, looking forward to the evening ahead. Yet by 8 o'clock, when the dining car opened, they had vanished." "An hour," Watson mused, his medical mind automatically calculating possibilities. Long enough for many things to occur, but not long enough for elaborate schemes or extended journeys. Whatever happened to them happened quickly and quietly. The word hung in the air like incense, seeming to emphasize the extraordinary peace that surrounded them. The train moved through the night with the steady confidence of modern engineering, its passengers safely ensconced in their travelling palace of Victorian luxury. Yet mystery had still found a way to board their sanctuary of comfort and predictability. Holmes returned to his seat, his grey eyes reflecting the gaslight with an intensity that suggested his mind was working through possibilities with characteristic precision. "There is another detail," he said, his voice so quiet it barely rose above the train's gentle percussion. The daughter's jewellery case, the one her mother carried so carefully, was found in their compartment, open and apparently undisturbed. Yet according to the hotel staff in Zurich, it contained her grandmother's engagement ring, which she planned to wear at her own engagement dinner tomorrow night in Milan. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Alpine air outside their heated compartment. A woman planning to wear her grandmother's ring at an engagement dinner would hardly leave it unguarded in an unlocked jewellery case. Precisely. Either she's still nearby and expects to return shortly, or... Holmes let the sentence trail off, allowing the implications to settle like snow on the landscape of their thoughts. The train continued its steady progress through the mountains, carrying them deeper into the Alpine night where peaks stood like monuments to eternity, and valleys held pools of darkness that seemed to swallow sound itself. The rhythm of wheels against rails created a hypnotic backdrop to their conversation, a mechanical lullaby that seemed to slow time and make their mystery feel like something from a dream rather than urgent reality. "What do you propose we do?" Watson asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. In all their years of friendship and professional partnership, he had never known Holmes to encounter a puzzle and simply let it remain unsolved. Holmes smiled, the expression barely visible in the gaslight, but carrying warmth that seemed to fill the compartment. "We investigate, of course, but gently. This is not London, Watson, with its urgent crimes and pressing deadlines. We are travelling through a landscape of dreams, and our mystery should be approached with the same contemplative pace. We have all night and the better part of tomorrow before we reach Milan, time enough to unravel whatever has occurred without disturbing the peace of our fellow passengers." The plan, when Holmes outlined it, was characteristically thorough, yet somehow adapted to their unusual circumstances. Rather than the urgent interviews and rapid deductions that mark their London cases, this investigation would unfold like a slow waltz, each movement measured and graceful. They would speak with the train staff during their normal duties, observe their fellow passengers during natural social interactions, and examine the missing family's compartments when opportunity arose naturally. "The beauty of train travel," Holmes explained as he prepared for bed, "is that it creates a closed society, a floating world where every interaction is both casual and significant. People reveal themselves differently when they believe they are simply passing time on a journey. We shall be fellow passengers first, detectives second, and let the mystery reveal itself to us as gently as dawn reveals the landscape." Watson found the approach appealingly civilized as he settled into his berth, the train's motion rocking him like a giant cradle. Through the window beside his bed, he could see the moonlit Alps rolling past like frozen waves, their peaks catching starlight and holding it like captured dreams. The compartment's warmth enveloped him like a cocoon, protecting him from the vast cold of the mountain night, while allowing him to appreciate its austere beauty. As sleep began to claim him, Watson could hear Holmes moving quietly about their compartment, his mind clearly still active despite the late hour. The detective's silhouette appeared and disappeared at the window, as he observed the passing landscape, looking for clues in the very geography through which they travelled. The gaslight had been dimmed to its lowest setting, creating an atmosphere of twilight serenity that seemed perfectly suited to contemplation of mysteries that unfolded as gently as falling snow. The train's whistle echoed across the valleys one more time, its notes seeming to blend with Watson's dreams as consciousness finally slipped away. In his last moments of wakefulness, he was aware of the extraordinary peace that surrounded them, the gentle motion of their travelling sanctuary, the soft sounds of fellow passengers settling into sleep, the vast silence of the Alpine night embracing their small moving world of human warmth and companionship. Holmes remained at the window longer, his keen mind working through the puzzle while his eyes traced the moonlit contours of peaks and valleys. The missing family represented a disruption in the perfect order of their travelling world, a question mark inserted into what should have been a straightforward journey from one point to another. Yet even the mystery seemed touched by the magic of night travel, taking on a dreamlike quality that made urgent action seem unnecessary and heavy-handed. In the distance, a clock tower in some unseen village chimed midnight, its notes carried on the thin mountain air to blend with the train's mechanical lullaby. The sound seemed to mark not just the passage of time, but the transformation of their journey, from mere transportation into something approaching adventure. The sound seemed to mark not just the passage of time, but the transformation of their journey, from mere transportation into something approaching adventure. Holmes smiled to himself as he finally prepared for sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring revelation as surely as it would bring daylight across the snow-covered peaks. The train carried them deeper into the Alpine night, its cargo of sleeping passengers dreaming individual dreams, while being collectively transported through a landscape that seemed designed by nature to inspire contemplation of life's deeper mysteries. In their comfortable compartments, travellers from across Europe rested in the confident expectation that they would wake to find themselves closer to their destinations, their lives unchanged except for the miles covered while they slept. But some journeys transform the traveller in ways that have nothing to do with distance covered or destinations reached. Some nights aboard moving trains become the settings for mysteries that reveal as much about the human heart as they do about criminal activity. And some detectives find that their greatest cases unfold not in the urgent chaos of London streets, but in the contemplative peace of mountain railways where even mystery arrives as gently as falling snow. The Alpine Express continued its steady progress through the night, carrying its cargo of dreams and secrets deeper into the heart of the mountains, where peaks stood like ancient guardians keeping watch over the small human dramas unfolding in the warmth and light of the train's passenger cars. Dawn was still hours away, but already the gentle mystery of the missing family was beginning to weave itself into the larger tapestry of their journey, adding threads of intrigue to what had begun as a simple pleasure trip through some of Europe's most beautiful landscapes. Watson's sleep was filled with dreams of snow-covered peaks and moonlit valleys, but also with the faces of 3 travellers who had boarded the train with such happy expectations, yet had vanished as completely as if they had never existed. In his dreams, he saw them moving through the train's corridors like ghosts, always just beyond clear vision, always just around the next corner or through the next doorway. Their absence had become a presence that haunted the train's peaceful atmosphere, a question that demanded an answer even in the realm of sleep. Holmes, when he finally succumbed to rest, dreamed of jewellery cases and wedding trousseaux, of expensive luggage left unsecured, and engagement rings waiting for fingers that might never claim them. His detective's mind continued working even in sleep, sorting through possibilities and calculating probabilities, while his body rested in preparation for the investigation that would begin with tomorrow's dawn. The rhythm of the rails provided a soundtrack to his dreams, a mechanical heartbeat that seemed to pulse with the mystery they had inherited simply by boarding a train bound for Milan. The train itself seemed to dream as it rolled through the Alpine night, its windows glowing like a constellation fallen to earth, moving through valleys where villages slept beneath blankets of snow and peaks stood sentinel against a sky scattered with actual stars. Inside its warm compartments, passengers from a dozen countries shared the common experience of night travel, their individual stories temporarily suspended while they moved collectively through landscapes that belonged to dreams rather than waking reality. Morning would bring renewed investigation, careful questioning, and perhaps answers to the mystery of the missing family. But for now, the Alpine Express carried its cargo of sleeping detectives and vanished passengers deeper into the heart of the mountains, where mysteries unfold as gently as snowflakes, and solutions arrive with the patient inevitability of dawn breaking over peaks that have witnessed the passing of countless human stories, each one brief as a single night's journey yet infinite in its capacity to transform those who experience it. The clock in that distant village chimed 1 o'clock, then 2, marking the passage of night hours, while the train continued its steady progress through a landscape that seemed designed by nature herself to inspire contemplation of life's deeper mysteries. In a few hours, Watson would wake to find their world transformed by daylight, and Holmes would begin the careful process of unravelling what had happened to three passengers who had boarded with such happy expectations, yet had vanished as completely as if they had never existed at all. But mysteries, like journeys, must unfold in their own time and at their own pace. The Alpine Express carried more than passengers through the mountain night. It carried questions that would need answers, secrets that would need to be revealed, and the promise that morning would bring clarity to what darkness had concealed. Until then, the train continued its ancient dance with the rails, carrying dreamers and mysteries alike toward whatever revelations awaited them in the brightening Alpine dawn. The rhythm of wheels against steel rails created a lullaby that seemed older than civilization itself, a mechanical heartbeat that connected their small moving world to the vast landscape through which they travelled. Each mile covered brought them closer not just to Milan but to the resolution of the mystery that had joined their journey, uninvited but somehow inevitable, like a passenger who had been waiting at every station along their route. Holmes slept finally, his long frame relaxed in the comfort of Victorian luxury, but his mind continued its work in dreams that mingled Swiss industrialists with moonlit peaks, missing jewellery with empty dinner tables, and the gentle certainty that morning would bring the beginning of answers to questions that had boarded their train somewhere between Zurich and Mystery. In that magical hour when day transforms into night, and ordinary journeys become the stuff of stories that will be remembered long after the mountains themselves have worn away to gentle hills, the Alpine Express rolled on through the crystalline night, its windows aglow with warm gaslight, carrying sleeping passengers toward whatever dawn would reveal about the mystery of three travellers who had simply vanished. But vanishing, like appearing, is often simply a matter of perspective, and experienced investigators know that what seems impossible at midnight often reveals itself to be merely improbable by the time morning breaks over snow-covered peaks and valleys, filled with the promise of explanation. Dawn approached the Alps with the subtle grace of a master painter, touching the highest peaks with fingers of rose and gold, while leaving the valleys still wrapped in gentle shadows. The Alpine Express continued its steady progress through this transformed landscape, its passengers beginning to stir in their comfortable compartments, as the train's motion and the gradually brightening sky conspired to draw them gently from sleep. Watson woke to find their compartment filled with the soft light of Alpine morning, the harsh shadows of gaslight replaced by the gentle illumination that filtered through frost-etched windows. Outside, the landscape had been transformed by dawn into something that seemed to belong more to fairy tales than to the practical world of steam trains and railway schedules. Snow-covered peaks caught the early sunlight and threw it back in brilliant flashes that made the eyes water, while pine forests mantled in white stretched toward valleys where morning mist clung like gossamer veils. Holmes was already awake, standing at their compartment window with a cup of tea that steamed gently in the cool morning air. His grey eyes held the focused intensity that Watson had learned to associate with active investigation, but his manner remained relaxed and contemplative, as if the Alpine morning had taught him that even mysteries deserved to be approached with reverence for the beauty that surrounded them. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said softly, his voice carrying the hushed quality that morning seemed to demand. "I trust you slept well, despite our intriguing circumstances." Watson rose and joined his friend at the window, accepting a cup of tea that had been prepared with characteristic thoughtfulness. The hot liquid seemed to capture the essence of the mountain morning, clean, invigorating, touched with the promise of revelation. Remarkably well, considering. I dreamed of snow and mysteries, but both seemed gentler somehow than they do in London. Holmes nodded, understanding the sentiment perfectly. There is something about this landscape that transforms even the most pressing concerns into matters for contemplation rather than urgent action. Our missing family remains missing, yet the morning seems to promise that their mystery will unfold as naturally as daylight across these peaks. The train had begun its descent toward the Italian border, following a route that wound through valleys where small villages were just beginning to show signs of life. Wisps of smoke rose from cottage chimneys, and occasionally they could see figures moving through snowy streets, beginning the daily rhythms that had continued unchanged for centuries despite the modern marvel of the railway that now connected their mountain isolation to the wider world. Over breakfast in the dining car, fresh cream, warm croissants that flaked like snow, coffee that seemed to capture the essence of Alpine mornings, Holmes and Watson began their investigation in earnest. But their approach remained adapted to their unique circumstances, unfolding with the deliberate pace of the train itself rather than the urgent intensity of their London cases. The Maître D, looking considerably more rested than he had appeared the previous evening, confirmed that the missing family's compartments remained securely locked from the inside. Most puzzling, he said, his accent carrying the musical cadences of the Swiss mountains. I have worked on this route for 15 years, and never have I encountered anything quite like this. Passengers simply do not disappear. Holmes listened with the attention of a connoisseur, asking gentle questions that elicited information without seeming to pry. The family seemed in good spirits when they boarded. Exceptional spirits, the Maître D replied, his weathered hands gesturing expressively. The daughter, Miss Elizabeth Zimmermann, was radiant. She spoke of her engagement party in Milan, of the dress she would wear, of how her grandmother's ring would complement her gown. Her parents shared her happiness, speaking of old friends they would see in Milan, of the business connections the engagement would strengthen. Watson found himself drawn into the mystery despite the peaceful atmosphere of their breakfast conversation, and there was nothing unusual about their luggage, nothing that seemed out of place. The Maître D considered this carefully, his expression thoughtful. Only that they seemed to have packed for a longer journey than Zurich to Milan would require. The daughter had 3 large trunks, which seemed excessive for a single night aboard the train. But then young ladies often pack extensively for important social occasions. As the morning progressed, Holmes and Watson moved through the train with the casual air of passengers enjoying their journey, but their trained eyes missed nothing. The other travellers seemed relaxed and content, enjoying the spectacular Alpine scenery and the comfort of their luxurious accommodations. No one reported seeing anything unusual during the night. No sounds of disturbance or signs of distress from the compartments that should have housed the missing family. Yet the mystery deepened rather than resolved as they gathered more information. The conductor confirmed that the train had made no unscheduled stops during the night. Impossible, given the challenging mountain terrain and the carefully coordinated railway schedule. The porters swore that no one had left the train at any of their brief station stops, and the windows of the missing family's compartments were securely latched from the inside, making exit through them impossible, given the train's speed and the mountainous terrain. It's as if they simply evaporated, Watson observed as they stood in the corridor outside the locked compartments. The doors were solid mahogany with frosted glass panels that revealed nothing of the interiors, and despite repeated knocking, no sound came from within. Holmes examined the corridor carefully, his keen eyes noting details that others might miss. The Persian carpet showed no signs of struggle, no scuffs or tears that might indicate violence. The gas lamps in their brass sconces burned with steady flames, undisturbed by any commotion. Even the air seemed untouched by drama, carrying only the familiar scents of polished wood, fine tobacco, and the lingering aroma of morning coffee from the dining car. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying a note of excitement that was carefully modulated to match their surroundings. "Have you noticed anything about the pattern of their compartments?" Watson looked more carefully at the corridor, trying to see what his friend had observed. The missing family had reserved 3 adjoining compartments, numbers 7, 8 and 9, with the parents in the centre compartment and their daughter in number 7. The arrangement was common for families travelling together, providing privacy while maintaining proximity. They're connected, Watson realised suddenly. These older train cars often have connecting doors between adjacent compartments. If the doors were unlocked, Holmes nodded approvingly. The family could move between their compartments without entering the corridor, which means that if something happened to them, it might have occurred in any one of the 3 rooms, with the others accessible through the connecting doors. The realization added new dimensions to their mystery while maintaining its dreamlike quality. The missing family hadn't simply vanished from their individual compartments. They had disappeared from what was essentially a private suite of rooms, connected but separate, offering multiple possibilities for what might have occurred during the night hours when the train rolled through the sleeping mountains. As the morning advanced toward noon, the train began its approach to the Italian border, the landscape gradually changing from the austere beauty of the high Alps to the gentler slopes and broader valleys that marked the southern approach to the mountains. The change was subtle but unmistakable, like the difference between the movements of a symphony, each beautiful in its own way but distinct in character and mood. Holmes had been growing increasingly thoughtful as they gathered information, his grey eyes taking on the distant expression that Watson recognised as indicating intense mental activity. The detective's mind was clearly working through possibilities, calculating probabilities, building theories from the fragments of information they had collected during their careful investigation. "Watson," Holmes said as they returned to their compartment for the privacy it offered, "I believe we are approaching the heart of our mystery. But like everything else about this journey, the solution is revealing itself as gently as morning mist lifting from Alpine valleys." Watson settled into his preferred seat and waited for his friend to continue, knowing that Holmes had reached one of those moments of synthesis when scattered facts begin to coalesce into patterns that reveal the hidden architecture of truth. "Consider the facts as we have gathered them," Holmes began, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of the rails beneath them. "A family boards the train in excellent spirits, looking forward to a celebration in Milan. They retire to their connected compartments after dinner plans are made, yet they never appear in the dining car. Their compartments remain locked from the inside, their luggage undisturbed, yet they themselves have vanished as completely as morning mist." The train rounded another gentle curve, and through their window they could see a small alpine lake nestled between snow-covered slopes, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror made of dreams. The sight was hypnotic, and Watson found himself thinking that even their mystery seemed to partake of the landscape's ethereal beauty, unfolding with the same natural grace as clouds forming around distant peaks. "But consider also," Holmes continued, "what we have not found. No signs of struggle, no evidence of violence, no indication that they left their compartments against their will. Their personal effects remain exactly as one would expect if the owners had simply stepped out momentarily and intended to return." Watson nodded slowly, beginning to sense the direction of his friend's thoughts. "You're suggesting they left voluntarily? But where could they have gone? The train made no stops long enough for passengers to disembark, and the terrain." Holmes raised a slender hand, his grey eyes reflecting the alpine sunlight with an intensity that suggested revelation was near. "Ah, but Watson, we have been thinking like detectives accustomed to solid ground beneath our feet. We have been considering this mystery as if it occurred in Baker Street rather than aboard a train travelling through some of Europe's most challenging terrain." The detective rose and moved to their compartment's small writing desk, where he began sketching something on a piece of the train's elegant letterhead. His movements were deliberate and graceful, like those of a conductor drawing music from an orchestra, and Watson found himself drawn into the contemplative rhythm of discovery that seemed to characterize their Alpine investigation. "Watson, what do you know of the Alpine Express's route through this particular section of mountains?" Watson considered the question, drawing on his knowledge of European geography and railway engineering. "It's considered one of the most spectacular rail journeys in the world. The track winds through passes that were previously accessible only to the most experienced mountain climbers. There are sections where the train travels along narrow ledges with precipitous drops on one side and sheer rock faces on the other." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Precisely, and what engineering marvels make such a route possible?" Understanding began to dawn in Watson's mind like sunrise over alpine peaks. "Tunnels," he said quietly. "Miles and miles of tunnels carved through the living rock of the mountains. The train spends nearly as much time underground as it does in open air." "Exactly." Holmes's voice carried a note of satisfaction that seemed to harmonize with the train's mechanical rhythm. "And last night, During the crucial hour when our family disappeared, we passed through the longest tunnel on the entire route, the Gotthard Tunnel, nearly 10 miles of darkness carved through the heart of the Alps. Watson felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to arrange themselves into a pattern that seemed both surprising and inevitable, like the resolution of a complex musical composition. "You're suggesting something happened during our passage through the tunnel." Holmes returned to his seat, his sketch completed. The paper showed a simplified diagram of a train car with its compartments, but also something else, additional spaces that Watson hadn't considered before. During our passage through the Gotthard Tunnel, the train makes a brief stop at an emergency station carved into the rock itself. It's primarily used for maintenance and safety purposes, but it's also connected to a series of service tunnels that were created during the tunnel's construction. The implications were staggering, yet they unfolded in Watson's mind with the same gentle inevitability that characterized everything about their Alpine journey. The family could have left the train during the tunnel stop. Not only could have, Holmes said softly, but did leave the train. The question that remains is why they chose to disappear in such a dramatic fashion, and where they intended to go from that hidden station carved into the mountain's heart. Watson found himself staring out at the Alpine landscape with new eyes, seeing not just spectacular beauty, but also the hidden complexities that lay beneath the surface. The mountains that seemed so pristine and untouched were actually honeycombed with tunnels, service passages, and emergency stations that created a hidden world parallel to the one visible from the train's windows. But Holmes, Watson said, his medical mind considering practical concerns, even if they could leave the train at such a station, where could they go? The service tunnels surely don't lead to the outside world, and the mountains around the Gotthard Pass are among the most forbidding in all of Europe. Holmes smiled, the expression carrying warmth that seemed to fill their compartment like gaslight. "Ah, Watson, but we've been thinking like tourists rather than like people with serious reasons for disappearing. Consider the daughter's exceptional luggage, the jewellery case left deliberately open, the parents' nervous excitement that the staff interpreted as happiness about the engagement celebration." Watson felt his understanding shift again, like the view from a train window changing as the track curved around a mountain face. They weren't travelling to Milan for a celebration. They were fleeing from something, and the engagement story was simply a cover story, yes, but fleeing to what? That, my dear Watson, is where our mystery becomes truly interesting. Holmes consulted a railway guide that he had somehow acquired during their investigation. The Gotthard Pass is not just a route through the mountains, it's also the location of one of Switzerland's most secure private banking facilities, built into the mountain itself during the tunnel's construction. A place where people can store not just valuables, but themselves, if circumstances require it. The revelation struck Watson with the force of avalanche, yet it settled into his understanding as gently as snow accumulating on a pine bough. The missing family hadn't vanished at all. They had simply transferred from one form of protection to another, from the temporary safety of assumed identities aboard the Alpine Express to the permanent security of a facility designed to shield its clients from whatever dangers they might face in the world above. The Swiss industrialist was not celebrating his daughter's engagement, Watson said slowly, working through the implications. He was arranging for his family's safety in the face of some threat that made normal life impossible. Holmes nodded, his grey eyes reflecting the satisfaction of a puzzle solved through patient observation rather than dramatic revelation. And the engagement ring left in the open jewellery case was not forgotten in the excitement of travel. It was a message, a signal to someone who would search their compartments that the family had reached safety and no longer needed the symbols of their previous life. The train began its descent toward the Italian border, the landscape opening up into broader valleys where villages dotted the mountainsides like scattered gems. The change in altitude was subtle but unmistakable, marked by the slight adjustment in their ears and the gradually warming air that entered through ventilation systems designed to keep passengers comfortable regardless of external conditions. Watson found himself marvelling at the elegant simplicity of the solution, as well as the way it had revealed itself through careful observation rather than dramatic confrontation. So our mystery was never really a mystery at all, but rather a carefully orchestrated disappearance, designed to look like a puzzle while actually being a perfectly executed plan. Precisely, Holmes agreed. And our role as detectives was not to solve a crime, but to recognise a masterpiece of planning and execution. The family aboard this train was never in danger. They were people arranging their own rescue from dangers we can only imagine. As the morning advanced toward afternoon, Holmes and Watson found themselves in the unique position of having solved a mystery that wasn't quite a mystery, having discovered a disappearance that was actually an appearance in a different form. The missing family was safer than anyone aboard the train, protected by Swiss discretion and Alpine stone from whatever forces had made their normal life impossible. The train's whistle echoed across the valleys as they approached another small station, its note carrying both the melancholy of journeys ending and the promise of new destinations ahead. Watson realised that their own journey had been transformed by the mystery they had inherited, adding layers of meaning to what had begun as a simple pleasure trip through beautiful landscapes. "Holmes," Watson said as they prepared to return to the dining car for lunch, "have you considered what we should tell the train staff about our investigation?" Holmes paused in adjusting his jacket, his expression thoughtful. "I believe we should tell them exactly what any concerned fellow passengers would report, that we observed certain inconsistencies, made discreet inquiries, and concluded that the missing family had their own reasons for maintaining privacy about their travel arrangements. The staff will understand without requiring details that might compromise people who have gone to considerable trouble to protect themselves." The approach was characteristically elegant, Watson thought, as they made their way through corridors that now seemed filled with different kinds of secrets than they had the night before. Every passenger they passed might be carrying their own hidden stories, their own reasons for choosing the anonymity of train travel through landscapes where ordinary identities could be shed as easily as winter coats when spring finally arrived. The dining car welcomed them with its atmosphere of Victorian luxury, now enhanced by the spectacular Alpine views that filled the windows as the train descended through passes that offered panoramic vistas of snow-covered peaks and valleys carved by millennia of patient geological forces. Other passengers moved through the space with the relaxed contentment of travellers who had spent a peaceful night aboard one of Europe's most comfortable trains, their conversations creating a gentle backdrop of human connection that seemed to harmonise with the mechanical rhythm of wheels against rails. Over lunch, delicate consommé that seemed to capture the essence of mountain springs, followed by trout prepared with herbs that might have grown in the very valleys through which they travelled. Holmes and Watson found themselves reflecting on the nature of mystery itself. Not all puzzles, they realised, required urgent solution, and not all disappearances indicated danger or criminal activity. "It occurs to me," Watson observed as he savoured wine that tasted of Alpine meadows and distant sunshine, "that we have been privileged to witness something rather beautiful. A family's successful transition from danger to safety, accomplished with such skill that it appeared to be a mystery rather than a rescue." Holmes raised his glass in a subtle toast. "To mysteries that solve themselves through patient observation, rather than dramatic intervention, and to fellow passengers who understand that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is respectful discretion." The maitre d' approached their table with the same graceful professionalism he had displayed throughout their journey, but Watson noticed that his earlier anxiety had been replaced by the satisfied demeanour of a man whose concerns had been resolved. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, "I wanted to thank you for your discreet inquiries regarding our missing passengers. We received word this morning that the family's travel arrangements were more complex than initially apparent, and that they are safely at their intended destination." Holmes inclined his head gracefully. "We are pleased to hear it. Train travel sometimes requires flexibility in itineraries, and the Alps can present unique challenges for even the most carefully planned journeys." The maitre d' smiled, understanding perfectly the diplomatic language that allowed all concerned parties to maintain both dignity and privacy. "Indeed, and I hope the remainder of your journey to Milan will be everything you hoped for when you boarded in Zurich." As the afternoon progressed and the train descended through increasingly gentle terrain toward the Italian border, Watson found himself reflecting on the transformation their journey had undergone. What had begun as a simple pleasure trip had evolved into an investigation, which had in turn revealed itself to be something more like a meditation on the nature of mystery and the various reasons why people choose to disappear from their ordinary lives. The Alps continued to provide spectacular scenery, but now the peaks seemed less like barriers and more like protectors, sheltering hidden valleys where people could start new lives if circumstances required it. The train itself had been transformed in Watson's mind from a simple means of transportation to a kind of moving sanctuary, a place where travellers could maintain their anonymity while being transported not just to new destinations but potentially to entirely new identities. Holmes spent much of the afternoon at their compartment window, watching the landscape change as they descended through passes that gradually opened into the broader valleys that marked the approach to the Italian border. His grey eyes held the satisfied expression of a man whose intellectual curiosity had been thoroughly engaged and ultimately satisfied. But Watson noticed that his friend seemed in no hurry to discuss their next case or plan their return to London. "The mountains teach patience," Holmes observed, as the afternoon sun began to cast longer shadows across the valleys below. "Problems that seem urgent in London's fog reveal themselves to be perfectly manageable when considered from the perspective of peaks that have stood unchanged for millions of years." Watson nodded, understanding that their Alpine mystery had taught them something about the relative nature of urgency and the value of contemplative investigation. Not every puzzle required immediate solution, and not every disappearance indicated immediate danger. Sometimes mystery was simply the temporary appearance of complexity in situations that were actually quite simple when viewed from the proper perspective. As evening approached, and the train prepared for its final descent toward Milan, Watson realised that their journey had become something more than either transportation or investigation. It had been a lesson in the art of patient observation, the value of respectful discretion, and the surprising frequency with which apparent mysteries revealed themselves to be elegant solutions to problems that required more subtlety than the obvious approaches could provide. The dining car filled once again with passengers preparing for their arrival in Milan, the conversations more animated than they had been during the previous evening's dinner service. People were anticipating reunions with friends and family, successful completion of business ventures, and the continuation of travels that would carry them to destinations throughout Italy and beyond. Holmes and Watson dined quietly, savouring both the excellent cuisine and the satisfaction of a mystery properly understood rather than dramatically solved. The missing family remained missing from the train, but they were no longer missing from life. They had simply relocated to a place where they could exist safely until whatever had threatened them in their previous existence had been resolved or had lost its power to harm them. "Watson," Holmes said as they lingered over brandy that seemed to hold the warmth of Alpine sunshine in its amber depths, "I believe this case has taught us something valuable about the nature of our profession. Not every mystery requires a detective's intervention, and not every disappearance indicates a crime that needs solving." Watson raised his glass in agreement. "Sometimes the greatest service we can provide is to recognise when people have successfully solved their own problems and to respect their privacy in doing so." The train's whistle announced their approach to Milan, its note carrying the promise of journey's end and the bittersweet recognition that their travelling community would soon disperse to individual destinations. But Watson realised that he would remember this journey not just for the spectacular Alpine scenery or the luxurious accommodations, but for the lesson it had taught about the various forms that human ingenuity could take when survival required more than conventional solutions. As they gathered their belongings and prepared to disembark at Milan's Grand Station, Holmes paused to look back along the train's elegant length, his expression thoughtful. "I wonder how many other mysteries have travelled these rails without ever being recognised as such. How many apparent passengers were actually people in transition, using the anonymity of train travel to move safely from one life to another?" Watson considered the question as they joined the stream of passengers moving toward the exits. The thought was both intriguing and comforting. The idea that the railways that connected Europe's great cities also provided pathways for people who needed to disappear temporarily or permanently from situations that had become impossible to endure through conventional means. Milan Station welcomed them with its atmosphere of controlled chaos, the grand architecture providing a dignified backdrop for the eternal human drama of arrivals and departures. Passengers streamed toward various exits, their journeys taking them in directions that would scatter them across the city and beyond, carrying with them whatever secrets or stories they had acquired during their time aboard the Alpine Express. Holmes and Watson walked slowly through the station, in no particular hurry to reach their hotel or begin planning their return to London. The mystery they had inherited during their night journey through the Alps had been resolved not through dramatic confrontation or urgent investigation, but through patient observation and respectful discretion, an approach that seemed perfectly suited to the contemplative pace of travel through some of Europe's most spectacular landscapes. "Holmes," Watson said as they paused beneath the station's soaring arches, "I find myself hoping that our missing family, wherever they are now, will eventually be able to return to something resembling normal life." Holmes smiled, the expression carrying warmth that seemed to capture the essence of their Alpine adventure. "I believe they will, Watson. People who can plan and execute such an elegant disappearance are clearly capable of building equally elegant new lives when circumstances permit." The afternoon sun slanted through the station's tall windows, creating patterns of light and shadow that reminded Watson of the play of sunlight across Alpine peaks and valleys. Their journey had ended where all train journeys must end, at a station platform where travellers dispersed to their individual destinations. But the memory of their night passage through the mountains would remain as vivid as the spectacular scenery they had witnessed. As they walked out into Milan's bustling streets, Watson realised that their Alpine mystery had given them something more valuable than simply another case successfully concluded. It had provided a reminder that not all problems required urgent intervention, that not all mysteries needed dramatic solutions, and that sometimes the greatest wisdom lay in recognising when people had successfully taken care of themselves and simply needed others to respect their privacy in doing so. The Alps rose behind them in the distance, their peaks now bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, holding their secrets as securely as they held their snow. Somewhere among those peaks, a family was beginning a new chapter of their lives, protected by Swiss discretion and Alpine stone from whatever forces had made their previous existence impossible to continue. Holmes and Watson walked through Milan's ancient streets as the sun set behind the distant mountains, their conversation returning to plans for their Italian holiday and eventual return to London. But both men carried with them the memory of their night journey through the Alps, when mystery had boarded their train as quietly as falling snow, and had resolved itself as gently as dawn breaking over peaks that had witnessed countless human stories, each one brief as a single night's journey, yet infinite in its capacity to transform those who experienced it. The Alpine Express, meanwhile, prepared for its return journey through the mountains, carrying new passengers with their own stories and secrets toward destinations that might be more than simple points on a map. The train would continue its ancient dance with the rails, moving through landscapes where mystery and beauty existed in perfect harmony, where problems could be solved through patient observation rather than urgent action, and where the rhythm of wheels against steel provided the perfect soundtrack for contemplation of life's deeper mysteries. In the distance, church bells chimed the evening hours across Milan's rooftops, their notes blending with the sounds of a city settling into the peaceful rhythms of Alpine evening. Holmes and Watson walked toward their hotel through streets that seemed touched by the magic of mountain travel, carrying with them the satisfaction of a mystery understood rather than merely solved, and the knowledge that sometimes the greatest adventures unfold not through dramatic confrontation, but through the gentle art of patient observation and respectful discretion. The Alps stood eternal against the darkening sky, holding their secrets as securely as they held their snow, promising future travellers that mysteries would continue to board their trains as quietly as falling snow and resolve themselves as gently as dawn breaking over peaks that had witnessed the passing of countless human stories, each one brief as a single night's journey, yet infinite in its capacity to transform those who experienced it, with eyes wise enough to see and hearts patient enough to understand, and so their Alpine adventure concluded not with dramatic revelation but with the peaceful satisfaction of recognition, the understanding that they had been privileged to witness something beautiful and rare, a family's successful transition from danger to safety, accomplished with such skill and discretion that it had appeared to be a mystery rather than the elegant solution it actually was. The memory would remain with them always, as enduring as the peaks themselves, a reminder that the greatest mysteries often resolve themselves through patient observation and the wisdom to recognise when intervention is unnecessary, and discretion is the highest form of service one human being can provide to another. The Alpine Express continued its eternal journey through the mountains, carrying new dreams and new secrets toward destinations that existed not just on maps, but in the hopeful hearts of travellers who understood that sometimes the most important journeys are not the ones that carry us to new places, but the ones that transform us into new people, worthy of the spectacular landscapes through which we pass and the mysteries we encounter along the way. The dawn that broke over Milan 3 days later found Holmes and Watson preparing for their return journey to London, but by a route that would take them through the gentle countryside of France rather than back through the dramatic Alpine passes where their mystery had unfolded. They had decided that some experiences were too perfect to risk diminishing through repetition, and their night aboard the Alpine Express had achieved a completeness that deserved to remain untouched by attempts at recreation. Their Italian holiday had been enriched by constant awareness of the lessons learned during their mountain journey. Every conversation with fellow travellers, every encounter with hotel staff, every observation of human behaviour had been informed by their new understanding that people's actions often concealed stories far more complex and meaningful than surface appearances suggested. The morning of their departure, Watson found himself once again drawn to their hotel window, gazing toward the distant Alps that had become symbols of transformation and possibility in his mind. The peaks stood unchanged, eternal guardians of secrets that would never be fully revealed, protecting not just the physical landscape but the hidden narratives of countless individuals who had found refuge in the mountain's embrace. "Holmes," Watson said as they completed their packing, "I find myself reluctant to leave Milan, not because of the city's undeniable charms, but because it feels like we're leaving behind something important that we learned about ourselves during our Alpine experience." Holmes paused in folding his travelling coat, his grey eyes reflecting understanding of his friend's sentiment. "Perhaps what we're reluctant to leave behind is not a place, Watson, but a way of seeing. Our mountain mystery taught us to observe without judgment, to understand without necessarily acting, to respect the complexity of human circumstances even when we cannot fully comprehend them." The insight accompanied them as they made their way through Milan's morning streets toward the railway station, where their French train awaited. The city was awakening to another day of commerce and culture, its ancient stones bearing witness to the eternal cycle of human activity that had continued unchanged despite the rise and fall of empires, the progress of technology, and the individual dramas that played out against the backdrop of historical continuity. At the station, they encountered the familiar atmosphere of organised chaos that characterised all major railway terminals, passengers hurrying toward platforms, porters managing mountains of luggage, conductors checking schedules and tickets with the practised efficiency of professionals who understood that the smooth operation of the railway system depended on attention to countless small details. But now Holmes and Watson observed this scene with eyes educated by their Alpine experience. Every passenger might be carrying secrets. Every journey might involve more than simple transportation from one city to another. Every apparently routine interaction might conceal stories of transformation and reinvention that would remain forever invisible to those who lacked the patience to observe and the wisdom to understand. Their train to Paris was comfortable but less luxurious than the Alpine Express had been, its appointments reflecting the practical needs of travellers more concerned with efficiency than with creating an atmosphere of Victorian elegance. Yet the rhythm of wheels against rails was the same, creating that hypnotic soundtrack that seemed to slow time and encourage contemplation of life's deeper mysteries. As the Italian countryside rolled past their window, olive groves and vineyards, Ancient towns perched on hillsides, rivers that had carved their channels through landscapes unchanged since Roman times. Watson found himself thinking about the nature of memory and how certain experiences become permanently woven into the fabric of one's understanding of the world. "Holmes," he said as they settled into the comfortable routine of train travel, "I believe our Alpine mystery will influence how we approach every case that comes to us in London. Not just the dramatic crimes that make headlines, but the smaller mysteries that people bring to Baker Street, the missing relatives, the unexplained absences, the puzzling behaviours that might indicate not criminal activity, but simply human complexity." Holmes nodded approvingly, his long fingers steepled in the gesture Watson had learned to associate with deep thought. "It has taught us to consider the possibility that some mysteries are not problems to be solved, but stories to be understood. Some disappearances are not crimes, but escapes. Some puzzling behaviours are not evidence of deception, but attempts at survival." The French countryside that gradually replaced Italian landscapes outside their windows seemed to embody this philosophy of gentle transformation. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. Different architectural styles, different agricultural practices, different patterns of human settlement that reflected centuries of cultural evolution. Yet the essential beauty remained constant, expressed through regional variations that spoke of humanity's endless creativity in adapting to local circumstances. Their journey through France unfolded with the same contemplative pace that had characterized their Alpine experience, though without the dramatic mountain scenery that had provided such a spectacular backdrop to their mystery. Instead, they found beauty in the gentler landscapes of rolling hills and fertile valleys, ancient forests and rivers that meandered through countryside that seemed designed to inspire peaceful reflection rather than awestruck wonder. At a small station where their train paused to take on water and allow passengers to stretch their legs, Holmes and Watson encountered a scene that might have passed unnoticed during their earlier travels, but now caught their attention with the significance of a parable. An elderly woman was saying goodbye to a middle-aged man who was clearly her son, their farewell carrying the weight of words unspoken and feelings too deep for casual expression. "Watch closely, Watson," Holmes murmured as they observed the scene from their compartment window. "This is not simply a routine farewell between family members. See how she presses something into his hand. Not money or a simple keepsake, but something wrapped carefully in cloth. Notice how he holds it as if it contains the weight of generations, and observe her expression. Not the sadness of temporary separation, but the profound gravity of someone passing on a responsibility that cannot be entrusted to others." Watson studied the tableau with the educated eye their Alpine mystery had given him. The woman's weathered hand spoke of a lifetime of careful preservation, while her son's reverent acceptance of whatever she'd given him suggested the transfer of something far more significant than material value could measure. A family secret, perhaps, documents that need to reach a specific destination. Or memories, Holmes suggested softly, stories that exist only in the minds of those who lived them, being passed to someone who will carry them to a place where they can finally be shared safely. We are witnessing another form of the same human courage we observed aboard the Alpine Express, the determination to preserve what matters most, regardless of the personal cost. The train's whistle announced their departure, and as they pulled away from the small station, both men found themselves carrying the image of that transfer, the careful passing of something precious from one generation to another, enacted on a railway platform that had doubtless witnessed countless similar moments over the decades since the line had been constructed. Their journey continued through French countryside that seemed to embody the gentle persistence of human civilization. Ancient churches stood in villages that had grown up around them over centuries, their stones bearing witness to the continuity of human community despite the changes that swept across the broader landscape of European history. Vineyards climbed hillsides in patterns that spoke of knowledge passed down through generations of vintners who understood that the best wines came from patient cultivation rather than hasty innovation. As afternoon deepened into evening and their train approached Paris, Holmes and Watson found themselves reflecting on how their understanding of human nature had been enriched by their Alpine experience. The missing Swiss family had taught them that courage could take forms that remained invisible to casual observers, that the most successful escapes were often those that appeared to be simple disappearances, and that the greatest service one person could provide to another was sometimes the gift of respectful silence. "Watson," Holmes said as the lights of Paris began to appear in the distance, "I believe we have learned something that will make us better detectives, but more importantly, better human beings. We have learned to see beyond the surface of human behaviour to the stories that give it meaning." The insight seemed particularly appropriate as they approached Paris, a city that had always been a crossroads for people seeking transformation. The railway station where they would change trains for their final journey to London was itself a monument to human movement and reinvention, its grand architecture providing a dignified backdrop for the eternal drama of arrivals and departures. Their brief stop in Paris offered time for a leisurely dinner at a restaurant near the station, where they found themselves in conversation with other travellers whose stories added new layers to their understanding of the complex motivations that drove human movement across the European landscape. A Belgian merchant spoke of business opportunities that required discretion rather than publicity. An Austrian professor mentioned research that could only be conducted in libraries where certain books were kept under special protection. A Dutch artist described commissions that involved subjects who preferred to remain anonymous. Each conversation reinforced the lesson their Alpine mystery had taught, that the world was filled with people whose lives required more complexity than surface appearances suggested, and that the railway system that connected Europe's great cities also provided pathways for those whose survival depended on their ability to move quietly from one identity to another. The night train to London departed Paris in a gentle rain that seemed to wash the city clean while preparing it for another day of serving as a refuge for those who needed sanctuary. As they settled into their compartment for the Channel crossing and the final leg of their journey home, Holmes and Watson found themselves reluctant to see their transformative travel experience come to an end. "It occurs to me," Watson observed as they watched the French countryside disappear into darkness outside their window, "that we are returning to London as different men than we were when we departed, not dramatically changed, but subtly educated in ways that will influence every case we encounter in the future." Holmes smiled, the expression barely visible in the compartment's dim lighting but carrying warmth that seemed to fill the small space. "Our Alpine mystery has taught us that the most important investigations are often those that teach us about ourselves rather than about crimes. We have learned to observe without judgment, to understand without necessarily acting, and to respect the complexity of human circumstances even when we cannot fully comprehend them." The Channel crossing passed in peaceful sleep, the gentle motion of the ferry rocking them like a cradle as they made the transition from continental Europe back to their island home. But even sleep was filled with dreams of mountain peaks and moonlit valleys, of trains winding through landscapes where mystery and beauty existed in perfect harmony, and of three travellers who had found the courage to disappear completely in order to continue living. London welcomed them with its familiar embrace of fog and gaslight, the comfortable chaos of hansom cabs and street vendors, the reassuring presence of ancient buildings that had sheltered countless human stories over the centuries of the city's existence. Baker Street appeared unchanged, their lodgings waiting exactly as they had left them, Mrs. Hudson ready with tea and the accumulated correspondence that always awaited their return from travels. Yet everything felt subtly different, viewed now through eyes that had been educated by their Alpine experience. The letters that awaited their attention included the usual mixture of requests for assistance with missing persons, unexplained behaviours, and mysterious circumstances that had brought clients to their door. But now Holmes and Watson approached each case with questions they had never thought to ask before. Was this disappearance a crime or an escape? Did this puzzling behaviour indicate deception, or simply the complexity of circumstances they did not fully understand? Would their client be better served by dramatic revelation, or by the kind of respectful discretion they had learned to value during their mountain journey? Their first case after returning from the Alps involved a young woman whose fiancé had vanished 3 days before their wedding, leaving behind only a brief note claiming urgent business in Scotland. The woman's family was convinced he had been the victim of foul play or had abandoned his bride for another woman. The usual approach would have been to investigate his movements, interview his associates, and track him down for dramatic confrontation. But their Alpine experience suggested a different approach. Instead of immediate action, Holmes and Watson spent time learning about the couple's relationship, the circumstances surrounding their engagement, and the social pressures that might have influenced the young man's decision to disappear so abruptly. What they discovered was a story of genuine affection, complicated by family expectations that neither party felt capable of fulfilling. The missing fiancé had not abandoned his bride, but had recognised that their marriage would trap both of them in roles that would destroy the very qualities they admired in each other. His disappearance was not cowardice, but courage, the strength to choose temporary pain over permanent misery. Rather than tracking him down and forcing a confrontation that would humiliate all parties, Holmes and Watson facilitated a private meeting where the couple could discuss their situation honestly, away from family pressure and social expectations. The result was a mutual decision to postpone the wedding until they could be certain their marriage would be based on genuine compatibility rather than external pressure. "Watson," Holmes observed as they reflected on the case's resolution, "our Alpine mystery taught us that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is to create space for people to solve their own problems rather than imposing solutions they have not chosen." The insight guided their approach to subsequent cases, leading them to develop what they privately called their Alpine method, an approach that emphasized patient observation, respectful inquiry, and the recognition that not every mystery required dramatic resolution. Some problems were best solved through gentle intervention that allowed all parties to maintain their dignity while finding their way to solutions they could live with. Their reputation in London began to evolve as word spread that the famous detective partnership had developed new methods that were particularly effective with delicate family matters and situations where traditional investigative approaches might cause more harm than good. Clients began seeking them out specifically because they had heard that Holmes and Watson could resolve mysteries without destroying the lives of those involved. But perhaps the most significant change in their practice was the way they had learned to recognise when no intervention was needed at all. Their Alpine experience had taught them that some mysteries were simply the visible traces of human stories too complex to be easily understood, and that the greatest wisdom sometimes lay in accepting that certain questions did not require answers. A case that illustrated this principle involved an elderly gentleman who had been observed making regular visits to a cemetery, where he would spend hours in conversation with a particular gravestone. His family was concerned about his mental state, and wanted Holmes to investigate whether he was suffering from delusions that might require medical intervention. Before their Alpine journey, Holmes and Watson might have approached this as a straightforward case of elderly confusion requiring either treatment or reassurance. But their mountain mystery had taught them to look for the hidden stories that gave meaning to apparently puzzling behaviour. Instead of investigating the gentleman's mental state, they quietly researched the grave he visited and discovered it belonged to his brother, who had died 50 years earlier in circumstances that had never been fully explained. The old man's conversations were not the product of delusion, but the continuation of a dialogue that had been interrupted by death and was now being completed in the only way available to the survivor. Rather than recommending medical intervention, Holmes and Watson advised the family that their father was engaged in a process of resolution that was both necessary and healthy. The regular cemetery visits were not symptoms of illness, but evidence of a mind still capable of growth and healing, even in advanced age. These cases and others like them established a new dimension to their detective practice, one that honoured the complexity of human experience while providing the kind of assistance that truly served their clients' best interests. Their Alpine mystery had not just given them another case to remember, it had transformed their understanding of what it meant to be investigators of human behaviour. Years later, when they had become elder statesmen of their profession, Holmes and Watson would often return to the lessons learned during their night journey through the Alps. The missing Swiss family had given them more than an elegant mystery to solve. They had provided a masterclass in the art of respectful observation and the wisdom of knowing when not to interfere with human stories that were unfolding exactly as they needed to unfold. The Alpine Express continued its eternal journey through the mountains, carrying new passengers with their own secrets and dreams toward destinations that might transform their lives in ways they could not imagine when they first boarded the train. Each journey added new threads to the tapestry of human experience that connected not just cities but souls, not just places but possibilities. And in their Baker Street lodgings, two detectives who had learned that the greatest mysteries often resolve themselves through patient observation and respectful discretion continued their work with hearts educated by mountain peaks and minds trained by the gentle rhythm of wheels against rails. They had discovered that sometimes the most important investigations were those that taught them about the endless creativity of human beings, determined to transform their lives when transformation became the price of survival. The memory of their Alpine mystery remained with them always, as enduring as the peaks themselves, a reminder that the greatest adventures often unfolded not through dramatic confrontation, but through the gentle art of witnessing human courage in all its forms. In the quiet moments between cases, when London's fog seemed to echo with the whisper of Alpine winds, they would remember three travellers who had found the strength to disappear completely in order to continue living, and they would smile with the satisfaction of men who had learned that sometimes the greatest service one human being can provide to another is the gift of respectful silence, and the wisdom to know when that silence is more valuable than any solution they might offer. The rhythm of their London lives gradually synchronized with the remembered rhythm of wheels against mountain rails, carrying them through their days with the same gentle persistence that had carried the Alpine Express through landscapes where mystery and beauty existed in perfect harmony. And in their dreams, they continued to travel through snow-covered peaks and moonlit valleys, where mysteries unfolded as gently as falling snow, and solutions arrived with the patient inevitability of dawn breaking over peaks that had stood eternal since time began, holding their secrets as securely as they held their snow, promising future travellers that the greatest mysteries would always be those that taught them about the courage of the human heart, and the endless possibilities that opened to those who had learned to see beyond the surface of things to the stories that gave them meaning. The seasons that followed their return to London brought a steady stream of cases that might have seemed routine to their former selves, but now carried the deeper significance that their Alpine experience had taught them to recognise. Each client who climbed the 17 steps to their Baker Street lodgings brought not just a mystery to be solved, but a human story to be understood, and Holmes and Watson found themselves approaching each case with the same contemplative patience they had learned aboard the Alpine Express. Mrs. Hudson, their long-suffering landlady, noticed the change in their methods almost immediately. Where once their investigations had been marked by urgent comings and goings, sudden departures at all hours, and the kind of dramatic activity that kept the household in constant anticipation of crisis, their work now unfolded with a more measured rhythm that seemed to synchronise with the deeper patterns of human experience. "It's as if you gentlemen have learned to listen to something I can't quite hear," she observed one evening, as she served tea in their sitting room, where gaslight flickered against windows that looked out on London's fog-shrouded streets. "There's a peacefulness about your work now that wasn't there before your continental journey." Holmes smiled at the observation, recognising in Mrs. Hudson's words the same insight that had come to them gradually during the months since their return from the Alps. "We have learned to hear the stories that lie beneath the surface of human behaviour, Mrs. Hudson. Every mystery carries within it the echo of human experience, and we have found that listening to those echoes often reveals more than the most energetic investigation could uncover." Watson nodded in agreement, his medical training having prepared him to understand the importance of patient observation, but their Alpine mystery had taught him to apply that same patience to the complexities of human emotion and motivation. "We have discovered that the most important questions are often not who or what or when, but why, and sometimes the answer to why requires more time and gentleness than we previously allowed ourselves to invest." This new approach to their detective work had attracted the attention of clients whose cases required exactly the kind of discretion and sensitivity they had learned to provide. Word had spread through London's better circles that the famous detective partnership had developed methods particularly suited to delicate family matters, missing persons cases where the absence might be voluntary, and situations where traditional investigative approaches might cause more harm than healing. One such case involved Lady Catherine Pemberton, whose adult son had disappeared from his rooms in Mayfair 3 weeks earlier, leaving behind only a note saying he needed time to think about his future. Lady Catherine was convinced that her son had been influenced by unsuitable companions or had fallen victim to some form of blackmail, but Holmes and Watson's patient investigation revealed a different story entirely. The young man, it emerged, had been struggling with expectations that required him to live a life fundamentally incompatible with his true nature. His disappearance was not the result of criminal influence, but the courageous choice to step away from circumstances that were slowly destroying his spirit, even though making that choice meant disappointing people he loved. Rather than tracking him down and forcing a confrontation that would resolve nothing, Holmes and Watson facilitated a series of carefully arranged meetings where mother and son could explore their relationship honestly, away from the social pressures that had created the crisis in the first place. The result was not the dramatic reunion Lady Catherine had initially hoped for, but something more valuable, a genuine understanding between two people who'd been separated not by distance, but by assumptions about what love required of them. Watson, Holmes observed as they reflected on the case's resolution, our Alpine mystery taught us that sometimes love requires letting go rather than holding on, and that the greatest gift we can give to someone we care about is the freedom to become who they truly are, even if that person is different from who we hoped they might be. The insight guided their approach to many similar cases, leading them to develop what their clients began to call their gentle method, an approach that emphasized understanding over judgment, healing over punishment, and the recognition that not every problem could be solved through external intervention. Some situations required time, patience, and the kind of respectful space that allowed people to find their own solutions. But perhaps their most challenging case during that period involved a mystery that seemed to echo their Alpine experience in ways that were both familiar and disturbing. A prominent banker named Reginald Ashworth had vanished from his locked study during a dinner party at his Belgravia mansion, leaving behind no trace of how he had departed or where he might have gone. The circumstances were remarkably similar to those they had encountered aboard the Alpine Express, a disappearance from a secured location with no apparent means of exit. Unlike their Alpine mystery, however, this case carried undertones of genuine menace. Ashworth had been receiving threatening letters for several weeks before his disappearance, and there were indications that his banking practices had made him enemies among London's criminal elements. The police were treating the case as a likely kidnapping or murder, but Holmes and Watson's investigation suggested a more complex situation. Using the patient observation methods they had learned in the Alps, they discovered that Ashworth's disappearance had been preceded by a series of discreet meetings with individuals who specialised in helping people disappear when their lives were threatened by forces beyond the law's ability to control. Like the Swiss family aboard the Alpine Express, Ashworth had arranged his own vanishing as a form of protection rather than as an escape from responsibility. The locked study, they learned, was connected to a series of service passages that had been installed during the mansion's construction, allowing discreet movement between rooms without using the main corridors. Ashworth had used these passages to reach a basement exit that connected to London's extensive sewer system, providing a hidden route to safety that left no trace for potential enemies to follow. "It's remarkable," Watson observed, as they pieced together the details of Ashworth's escape. "How often we encounter people whose survival depends on their ability to disappear completely, and how creative human beings can be when their lives depend on finding ways to become invisible." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his grey eyes reflecting the gaslight with the intensity that marked his deepest contemplations. "Our Alpine experience taught us to recognise the signs of voluntary disappearance, Watson, but it also taught us to respect the courage required to abandon one's entire identity in order to preserve one's life. Not everyone who vanishes is running from justice. Some are running toward survival." Rather than exposing Ashworth's methods or revealing his location to authorities who might inadvertently compromise his safety, Holmes and Watson provided his family with the reassurance that he was alive and safe, while leaving the details of his escape undisclosed. It was a decision that reflected the wisdom they had gained during their Alpine journey, the understanding that sometimes the greatest service they could provide was the gift of respectful silence. These cases and others like them established a new reputation for the detective partnership, one that attracted clients whose problems required not just investigative skill, but genuine understanding of human complexity. Their waiting room began to see visitors who came not because they wanted criminals caught or puzzles solved, but because they needed help navigating situations where traditional approaches might cause more harm than good. The transformation in their practice was reflected in the physical changes they made to their Baker Street lodgings. The sitting room that had once been arranged primarily for the dramatic confrontations that marked the resolution of their cases was gradually reconfigured to encourage the kind of thoughtful conversation that facilitated understanding rather than conflict. Comfortable chairs were positioned to create intimate conversation areas rather than formal interview settings. The harsh gaslight that had once illuminated their dramatic revelations was supplemented with softer lamps that created an atmosphere conducive to confidential discussions. Even their filing system was reorganized to better protect the privacy of clients whose cases required ongoing discretion rather than public resolution. Holmes, Watson said one evening as they sat in their transformed sitting room, reviewing correspondence that had arrived from former clients expressing gratitude for their gentle approach to sensitive matters. "I believe our Alpine mystery gave us something more valuable than simply another case to remember. It gave us a new understanding of what it means to serve people who are facing circumstances that cannot be resolved through conventional methods." Holmes smiled, the expression carrying the satisfaction of a man whose life's work had been enriched by unexpected wisdom. It taught us that detective work at its highest level is not about solving puzzles, but about understanding human beings. Every case that comes to us carries within it the echo of someone's struggle to survive circumstances that have become too complex for ordinary solutions. The seasons continued their eternal cycle, bringing new cases and new opportunities to apply the lessons learned during their night journey through the Alps. Each investigation deepened their understanding of human resilience and creativity, confirming their growing belief that the world was filled with people whose lives required more complexity than surface appearances suggested. Years passed, and their reputation for discretion and sensitivity drew clients from across Europe who had heard that the famous Baker Street partnership could resolve delicate matters without destroying the lives of those involved. They began to receive letters from places as distant as Vienna and St. Petersburg, from people who had heard that Holmes and Watson understood the difference between justice and wisdom, between solving problems and healing wounds. But perhaps their most meaningful correspondence came from sources much closer to home. Mrs. Hudson began to notice that former clients often sent letters expressing gratitude not just for cases solved, but for lives preserved, relationships healed, and dignity maintained during circumstances that might otherwise have led to public scandal or personal destruction. "It's remarkable," she observed one morning as she sorted through the day's correspondence, "how many people write to thank you not for what you discovered, but for what you chose not to reveal. There's something beautiful about that, gentlemen. The idea that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is knowing when to remain silent." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances that carried the weight of shared understanding. Their Alpine mystery had taught them that the most important investigations were often those that remained invisible to everyone except the people whose lives were touched by them. The missing Swiss family had given them more than an elegant puzzle to solve. They had provided a masterclass in the art of respectful observation and the wisdom of knowing when discretion was more valuable than revelation. As the years accumulated and their hair began to show traces of silver that matched the Alpine peaks they remembered so vividly, Holmes and Watson found themselves returning often to the lessons learned during their night journey through the mountains. The missing family had become a kind of touchstone for their approach to human mysteries, a reminder that courage could take forms that remained invisible to casual observers, and that the greatest escapes were often those that appeared to be simple disappearances. On quiet evenings when London's fog reminded them of Alpine mist, they would sometimes speak of their mountain mystery with the reverence that people reserve for experiences that have fundamentally changed their understanding of the world. The rhythmic sound of hansom cabs on cobblestones would echo in their minds, with the remembered rhythm of wheels against mountain rails, carrying them back to that magical night when they had learned that some mysteries were best left unsolved and some disappearances were actually successful transformations. The Alpine Express continued its eternal journey through the mountains, carrying new passengers with their own secrets and dreams toward destinations that might transform their lives in ways they could not imagine when they first boarded the train. Each journey added new threads to the tapestry of human experience that connected not just cities but souls, creating a network of stories that spanned continents and generations. And in their Baker Street lodgings, two detectives who had learned that the greatest mysteries often resolve themselves through patient observation and respectful discretion, continued their work with hearts educated by mountain peaks and minds trained by the gentle rhythm of wheels against rails. They had discovered that sometimes the most important investigations were those that taught them about the endless creativity of human beings, determined to survive circumstances that would defeat those with less imagination or courage. The memory of their Alpine mystery remained with them always, as enduring as the peaks themselves, a reminder that the greatest adventures often unfolded not through dramatic confrontation, but through the gentle art of witnessing human courage in all its forms. In the quiet moments between cases, when London's familiar sounds seemed to echo with the whisper of Alpine winds, they would remember three travellers who had found the strength to disappear completely in order to continue living, and they would smile with the satisfaction of men who had learned that sometimes the greatest service one human being can provide to another is the gift of respectful silence, and the wisdom to know when that silence is more valuable than any solution they might offer. And so, as the last light fades from Alpine peaks, and the train whistle echoes one final time across valleys filled with the promise of peaceful sleep, we leave our travellers to their dreams and our mystery to its gentle resolution. May your own journeys, whether by rail or through the landscapes of sleep, carry you safely toward whatever destinations await, and may you find in the rhythm of wheels against rails the same peace that has carried countless travellers through the magnificent Alps, where mysteries unfold as gently as falling snow, and solutions arrive with the patient inevitability of dawn breaking over peaks that have stood eternal since time began. Watching over the endless dance of human stories that play out in the warmth and light of trains that carry both dreamers and mysteries toward destinations that exist not just on maps, but in the hopeful hearts of all who understand that the greatest journeys are those that transform not just our location, but our understanding of what it means to be human in a world where mystery and beauty walk hand in hand through landscapes designed by nature herself to inspire contemplation of life's deepest truths, where every whistle echoes with the promise that somewhere, someone is finding their way safely home. The decades that followed their Alpine adventure brought with them the inevitable changes that mark the passage of human time, yet the lessons learned during that magical night aboard the mountain train remained as fresh and vital as the Alpine air they had breathed while solving their most unusual mystery. Holmes's hair had grown silver as a moonlight on snow, and Watson's steady hands showed the gentle tremor that comes with advancing years, but their minds remained as sharp as the peaks they remembered so clearly, and their hearts continued to be guided by the wisdom they had gained during their journey through landscapes where mystery and beauty existed in perfect harmony. Their Baker Street lodgings had evolved over the years into something approaching a sanctuary for people whose lives had become too complex for ordinary solutions. The walls were lined with letters of gratitude from clients whose cases had been resolved not through dramatic revelation, but through the kind of patient understanding that preserved dignity while facilitating healing. Each letter represented a human story that had been touched by the gentle methods they had learned aboard the Alpine Express, methods that honoured the complexity of human experience while providing the kind of assistance that truly served their clients' deepest needs. Mrs. Hudson, now well into her 70s but still possessed of the sharp wit and kind heart that had made their domestic arrangements so comfortable over the years, often remarked on the transformation she had witnessed in their approach to detective work. "You gentlemen have learned something that most people never discover," she would say, as she served afternoon tea in their sitting room, where gaslight still flickered against windows that looked out on London's ever-changing streets. "You've learned that the most important mysteries are often the ones that teach us about ourselves rather than about crimes or puzzles that need solving." The observation never failed to remind Holmes and Watson of their Alpine mystery, and the Swiss family whose successful disappearance had taught them that courage could take forms invisible to casual observers. They had learned to see beyond the surface of human behaviour to the stories that gave it meaning, to listen for the echoes of human experience that revealed more than the most energetic investigation could uncover, and to understand that sometimes the greatest service they could provide was the gift of respectful silence. Their methods had attracted the attention of investigators from across Europe, who came to Baker Street hoping to learn the secrets of their gentle approach to human mysteries. These visitors would sit in the comfortable chairs that had been arranged to encourage thoughtful conversation, rather than formal interviews, listening as Holmes and Watson shared the insights they had gained during their decades of practice guided by Alpine wisdom. "The key," Holmes would explain to these eager students, "is to remember that every case that comes to us carries within it the echo of someone's struggle to survive circumstances that have become too complex for ordinary solutions. Our role is not to impose our will upon these circumstances, but to create space for understanding to develop naturally, like dawn breaking over mountain peaks that reveal their secrets gradually, rather than all at once." Watson would add his medical perspective to these discussions, drawing on his training to help visitors understand that healing often required patience rather than immediate intervention. "We have learned that the most important questions are often not who or what or when, but why, and sometimes the answer to why requires more time and gentleness than we might initially think necessary." The human heart has its own rhythm, like the rhythm of wheels against rails, and we must learn to synchronize our efforts with that deeper cadence. These teaching sessions became legendary among European investigators, who would return to their own countries carrying stories of the Baker Street methods that emphasized understanding over judgment, healing over punishment, and the recognition that not every problem could be solved through external intervention. The ripple effects of their Alpine-inspired approach spread across the continent, influencing detective work from Scotland Yard to the police departments of Vienna and Berlin. But perhaps their most significant contribution to the science of detection came through the written accounts Watson began publishing in his later years, stories that captured not just the facts of their cases, but the philosophy that guided their approach to human mysteries. These narratives differed from his earlier writings in their emphasis on the emotional and spiritual dimensions of detective work, showing how understanding human motivation required more than logical deduction. It demanded compassion, patience, and the wisdom to recognize when intervention was unnecessary. One such account described their investigation of what became known as the Case of the Disappearing Orchestra, in which the entire string section of the London Symphony had vanished during the intermission of a performance at the Royal Opera House. The musicians had simply walked off the stage and never returned, leaving their instruments behind and their audience bewildered by the incomplete performance. Traditional investigative methods would have focused on tracking down the missing musicians and demanding explanations for their unprecedented behaviour. But Holmes and Watson's Alpine-inspired approach led them to investigate the circumstances that had made such a dramatic gesture necessary. What they discovered was a story of artistic integrity confronting commercial exploitation, of musicians who had chosen professional suicide rather than compromise their artistic principles. Rather than exposing the musicians to public ridicule or legal consequences, Holmes and Watson facilitated private negotiations that allowed the orchestra members to find new positions where their artistic vision could be honoured while maintaining their professional dignity. The case was resolved not through dramatic confrontation, but through the kind of respectful intervention that preserved everyone's ability to continue their careers without sacrificing their principles. Watson, Holmes observed as they reflected on the case's resolution, "Our Alpine mystery taught us that sometimes the most courageous action is the one that appears to be surrender. Those musicians chose temporary disruption over permanent compromise, just as our Swiss family chose apparent disappearance over actual destruction." As their fame for handling delicate matters spread throughout European society, Holmes and Watson began receiving invitations to consult on cases that required not just investigative skill, but diplomatic sensitivity. Royal families sought their advice on succession disputes that needed resolution without public scandal. International businesses requested their help with situations where traditional approaches might damage relationships between countries as well as companies. These high-level consultations often took them back to the Alps, where they would meet with clients in the same kind of discreet mountain retreats that had sheltered their original missing family. The irony was not lost on either of them. Their Alpine mystery had taught them lessons that eventually brought them back to the mountains where their education in human complexity had begun. During one such visit, they had the opportunity to take another journey aboard the Alpine Express, though by then the train had been modernised with electric lighting and more efficient heating systems. As they settled into their compartment for the familiar journey through passes they knew by heart, both men found themselves thinking about the three travellers who had first taught them that disappearance could be a form of appearance in a different realm of existence. "Holmes," Watson said, as they watched the familiar landscape of snow-covered peaks and pine forests drift past their window. "Do you ever wonder what became of our Swiss family? Whether they were eventually able to return to something resembling normal life?" Holmes smiled, the expression carrying the warmth that had characterized their friendship through decades of shared adventure and mutual respect. "I believe they found something better than normal life, Watson. They found the courage to create entirely new lives based on their own choices rather than external circumstances. In that sense, they achieved something that most people only dream of, the opportunity to become exactly who they were meant to be." The train's whistle echoed across the valleys as they approached the same stretch of track where their original mystery had unfolded, and both men found themselves listening to that familiar sound with ears educated by decades of experience applying Alpine wisdom to human problems. The whistle seemed to carry not just the announcement of their passage, but a reminder of all the lessons they had learned about human courage, ingenuity, and the endless creativity that people displayed when their survival depended on finding new ways to exist in a world that had become too dangerous for their previous identities. As the train entered the Gotthard Tunnel, the same passage where their missing family had made their successful transition from one form of existence to another, Holmes and Watson sat in comfortable silence, each lost in reflections on the journey that had transformed not just their understanding of detective work, but their appreciation for the complexity and beauty of human experience itself. The darkness of the tunnel seemed to echo with the voices of all the people they had helped over the years, clients whose problems had been resolved not through dramatic intervention, but through the kind of patient understanding that honoured their dignity while facilitating healing. Each case had added another thread to the tapestry of human experience they had been weaving, since that first night when they learned that some mysteries were best solved through respectful observation rather than urgent action. When they emerged from the tunnel into the brilliant Alpine sunlight, the peaks around them seemed to sparkle with the same crystalline clarity that had marked their original revelation about the nature of human disappearance and transformation. The mountains stood unchanged, eternal guardians of secrets that would never be fully revealed, protecting not just the physical landscape, but the hidden narratives of countless individuals who had found refuge in the Alps' embrace over the centuries. "Watson," Holmes said softly as their train began its descent toward Milan, following the same route that had carried them toward their first understanding of how people could vanish from one life and appear in another. "I believe our Alpine mystery gave us the greatest gift that any detective could receive, the knowledge that our highest calling is not to solve puzzles, but to serve human beings who are facing circumstances that require more wisdom than cleverness, more compassion than logic, and more patience than urgency." The insight seemed to capture the essence of everything they had learned during their decades of practice guided by Alpine wisdom, and as their train approached Milan's familiar station, both men felt the deep satisfaction that comes from a life well lived, in service to principles discovered through experience, rather than simply inherited from tradition. Their Alpine adventure had concluded long ago, but Its influence continued to ripple through their lives and the lives of everyone they touched, creating circles of understanding that spread far beyond the boundaries of their detective practice to encompass a vision of human possibility that honoured both mystery and revelation, both concealment and disclosure, both disappearance and transformation, as equally valid responses to the challenges that life presents, to those brave enough to face them with open hearts and minds educated by the gentle wisdom of mountain peaks that have stood witness to countless human stories, each one brief as a single night's journey, yet infinite in its capacity to transform those who experience it, with the patience to observe and the wisdom to understand. Across valleys filled with the promise of peaceful sleep, we leave our travellers to their dreams and our mystery to its gentle resolution. May your own journeys, whether by rail or through the landscapes of sleep, carry you safely toward whatever destinations await, and may you find in the rhythm of wheels against rails the same peace that has carried countless travellers through the magnificent Alps, where mysteries unfold as gently as falling snow, and solutions arrive with the patient inevitability of dawn breaking over peaks that have stood eternal since time began. That's tonight's tale gently closing. Are you drifting off beneath the silver skies of Vienna, the soft dunes of Namibia, the moonlit calm of Kyoto's gardens, or the sea-lulled breeze of Santorini? If this story brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more night-bound journeys. Let the stars keep watch, let your spirit rest. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this tender, turning world.